Alright. Hello, everybody, and my name is Lord Shadowfang, and thank you for suffering with me today. So, I think, because 9 o'clock is usually when all the banks open. So, I was extremely late last week. I think it was like 1 p.m. or something whenever I started. So, 9 o'clock U.S. Eastern Time, maybe a bit too early. Right now it's 10 U.S. Eastern, so I'm thinking if we give everyone an hour to, go to the bank or do whatever it is they need to do after they wake up, so maybe 10 o'clock U.S. Eastern Time might be best. Because after I wake up, that would also give me an extra hour to get everything done. So, yeah. Still deciding on the exact time of streaming today. Because anything before 9, I feel like that might be but also because, I would need to wake up before then. But also, 9 o'clock might not be the best time to be which is weird because I'm saying that I would be out before then my morning would be other things. So, anyways, this is where we... Oh, I do not have this over where you can see it. You're just staring. Okay, that could explain a few things. Come on, move it over here now. That could explain a few things. That could explain why you guys... Why did my screen just go black? What the fuck is happening? Okay, that could explain... It's a good thing there were... I'm probably gonna have to cut that whole part out because... Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm even... Okay, definitely don't want to go over to that chat because I've got something on there that is not for viewer audiences, viewership for viewing of the public of peopleness. Yes, YouTube. It's not for YouTube. Anyways, so where we left off, Mu-Thaun was Mu-Thaun Veldius or Veldius. I think Veldius. I think Veldius. Veldius is just faster and easier to say than Veldius. The great Veldius! No, it's just Veldius. Mu-Thaun Veldius. It's just fast, like rapid. Mu-Thaun Veldius. Mu-Thaun Veldius. Mu-Thaun Veldius. You can say it really fast. Mu-Thaun Veldius. Yes, my name's Mu-Thaun Veldius. It's not Veldius. Veldias. It's not Spanish, Veldius. Veldius locus. It's not Veldius, like I am Lord Veldius. No, it's you don't have to like say it with any kind of like special vindication. He's just Mu-Thaun Veldius. Just real quick. Mu-Thaun Veldius. Just rolls off the tongue really quickly and really easily. So where we left off, he was talking to the old lady. What's her Maggie? That's her name. He was talking to Maggie, and her response was that sentimentality is a vulnerability in this city. It gets people killed faster than a corrupted neural chip. But it's also a motive, a predictable one, and predictability can be useful. Okay, so apparently predictability is useful to her. Cypher isn't a person you find, he's a resource you access, a ghost in the machine. He contacts you if he decides your request has merit, or if the price is right. So in other words, so it sounds like what she's saying is that Cypher is not necessarily a good guy. If someone's willing to pay him enough money, he'd be willing to do a job, even if he doesn't, consider it to have merit. So it's possible that he may not be the best person. Of course, it could be a situation where if Cypher is some really good guy, maybe if the price is high enough, he can use that money to do a whole bunch of other good deeds in exchange for whatever it is that he's doing. So we don't actually know what kind of person Cypher is. We don't know if he's a good hacker, a bad hacker, if he's somewhere in between, if he's just, he just hacks whatever he needs to hack based on whether he sees it as, an acceptable cause. Sentimentality is a vulnerability in this city, though. It's crazy. The AI always pulls the same exact post-apocalyptic bullshit. When I used Norman Blensky in the zombie apocalypse thing, he was completely against this. Oh, honesty and kindness is a weakness, and it gets people killed. And he showed the exact opposite. He brought people together. They protected each other. He kind of taught them how to fight, and they pushed. They fought together against the dead, and they fought together against humans. And he proved his worth, and he protected. He didn't necessarily always protect the weak. There was one time when he just kind of let a few people die, but for the most part, he would protect the weak, and then he would help them to grow stronger so that in the future they could protect the weak. He had this whole, thing of building up those around it, which I think is honestly this. I think both of these characters' moralities are lining up exactly with mine. I don't think it's like I said, Mu-Thaun Veldius is like a kid. He's younger. He's not really, you know, he's not as sorry. He's not as knowledgeable or as but honestly, right now, so far, the characters that I made for the AI roleplay have been kind of this, like the two characters I made have been the same, and they're the same in that they kind of share my morality. So Norman honestly is very, very similar to me in like most ways in terms of the way that he acts and operates. Norman is basically me in a zombie apocalypse. So, because my original desires with how I designed him were, like I said, it wasn't supposed to be me, but the character has kind of become me. Like the character has taken on so many of my personal traits and even some of my like life history. I put way too much of myself into that character. Normally, I try to make the characters different from me, but for Norman, I've actually made him like me basically in the role play, which is not good. But anyways, Mu-Thaun, I've kind of been running towards the same exact kind of moral, alignment, because he's a good kid raised by his parents to be to stay out of the. But I don't know. I'm thinking, should I have Mu-Thaun also act kind of the way that I do, to think the way that I do about morality, or should I let his morality be war? Because the other character was kind of raised in like just normal society, but Mu-Thaun was raised in this city, this futuristic neon city that's all about just trying to stay out of debt basically. So he won't necessarily have all the same moral alignments that I would have, or that even modern people would have. Just he would have the moralities of the post apocalyptic people in this neon city world. And it's crazy, it's wild because the neon city is a futuristic, sci-fi thing, but also at the same time it also has the fantasy elements of, like, it almost, like, this thing, like this website AI Realm claims to not be D&D, but a lot of its mechanics are literally identical to Dungeons and Dragons mechanics. So it's very difficult for me to, like, even the character classes are basically just regular D&D classes. It's very it's very concerning how they're in a futuristic sci-fi world, but all everything seems to be magical Dungeons and Dragons stuff. I'm assuming that it's a mix between magic and technology, but I haven't fully immersed myself within the world yet, so I really don't know what to expect. And since this character is supposed to be familiar with this world, but I am not familiar with this world, that kind of creates a bit of a problem with me understanding the character's thought process and how this character should. But then again, his characters kind of kept him sheltered, or his parents, the father Veldius and mother Veldius, they kind of kept him away from it all. They kept him sheltered from the horrors of the world. He's basically, like, he's not really that young, but I when I think of him, I view him as probably younger than he should be, because I view him as like a little kid. But obviously, he's not a little kid. He's an adult. He's like 20 something, 22 or whatever it was. How old is my character? No, stop it. Why is Discord always right exactly where I need to fucking click? Fuck this Discord image. How do I get rid of this? I want to completely get rid of this. It's annoying. I have my own fucking Discord. I literally have Discord in a separate fucking app. I don't need it to be here. And it only shows up on the AI realm thing too. It's not a what is this, Opera GX? I almost said GeoForce, but it's not an Opera GX thing. The Discord is only showing up in AI realm. Like, if I join their Discord, will that make this thing disappear? Soul crushing job. Yeah, it's literally the exact phrase that I used. Soul crushing. Now at 21. Okay, yeah, see, 21. I knew he was significantly younger than I am. Yeah, the dude's only, I said 22, but yeah, the dude's literally only 21 years old. So that means this dude is still very young. And as such, I'm going to attempt to make his age and the world that he lives in more indicative of his behavior instead of making him more like me. I'm going to try to make him more like how I assume that he would be, how he would actually act. Okay, so but that, unfortunately, one of those things is probably not going to be fit for YouTube. Let's see here. And also, she said sentimentality, as in being sentimental. I don't think that's the same as morality, though. Gets people killed faster than a corrupted neural chip. I mean, yeah, sentimentality. It's not like he's trying to hold on to any items of sentiment. He's basically just trying to protect his family, which is could also fall under sentimentality, but I believe it's more of a just being morally upright. But he's trying to protect his loved ones. He's trying to care for them the way that they've cared for him, and he's not going to accept that as being considered a weakness, because that's literally the only thing you mentioned. But it's also a motive, a predictable one, and predictability can be useful. Yeah, predictability is literally the nature of the entire world they live in. People rely on that desire to protect those you love, and they use that as a weapon because they know they can predict what you're going to do, and so they're going to use that to try and control you. They know that you'll do anything to protect your loved ones, and so they'll use that predictability to control you. And what this lady is basically saying is that she's going to do the same thing, and she's saying that it might be possible that Cypher might do the same thing. Leave your request there. Encrypted. Use the cipher key Harlan. Harlan was a name from before as well. Didn't the kids mention somebody named Harlan? Because somebody mentioned Harlan in their previous conversations. Or maybe Harlan was the name. I don't know. Harlan was the name of somebody. It wasn't the name of any of their companions. But Harlan was definitely a name that was mentioned somewhere. I just don't freaking remember where. This was last week. I think Harlan is probably the real name of Cypher. Story checks out, or if he's bored, he might reach out. So it's basically a guarantee that a dead drop location will appear on the slate within 24 hours if he's interested. If not, it'll wipe itself. Bone and points. And the stylus is this is literally a world of technology, and the stylus is made of bone. That doesn't make any sense. I'm pretty sure the AI is confused about what the fuck is actually happening. The fee for this introduction is not credits, it's a favor. To be called in any time of my choosing. Do we have an agreement? So I'm going to do a little bit of haggling. Basic business. Bone, what was it? Bone stylus. Okay. What's the favor? Determine it's a fair trade. Determine the value of the deal. Hints at determination and defiance as he begins staring directly at the bone stylus as if it were a poisonous dagger that would betray him if he didn't get an acceptable offer. I'm gonna go ahead and roll too. Yeah. 12. Probably shouldn't have rolled at all, but I don't really care. I hate it when it bounces off the edge of the screen. I wish it would just like roll somewhere in the middle, but when it bounces off the screen and it's clearly going to land on a higher number and then rolls into a lower number or stops on a low number, it's really fucking annoying. It's very obvious that it was designed to do that on purpose. There. That should about work. I was considering making some final adjustments to the way I was saying that very last bit, but Mu's eyes narrow slightly, crosses his arms in a negotiation stance, and demands to know something. What's the favor? I'll need to know what I'm agreeing to before I can agree to it. If you can't if you can't tell me what your favor is worth, I can't determine if this is a fair trade. Basic business education can go a long way when determining the value of a deal being made. His voice hints at determination and defiance as he begins staring directly at the bone stylus as if it were a poisonous dagger that would betray him if he didn't get an acceptable offer. He wouldn't accept an unknown favor as part of his payment. His parents had at least taught him that much about avoiding shady details in agreements. Mu-Thaun declares that he wants more defined details about the favor in order for him to agree to anything. And of course, the AI is going to do the same bullshit. Oh, you have to follow this very specific storyline. You have to agree to an unknown, deal. You have to follow the story as I'm making it up, because the AI doesn't actually is designed based on already written stories instead of actually being a real person that can make up anything. So it's garbage, and it can't operate outside of the stories that it's already studied. So it has to be like, oh, I can't make anything up. I have to go by the already existing stories, and they all involve the main character doing something stupid like agreeing to an unknown favor. So this character is going to be completely unwavering. Maggie's lips tighten into a thin, unamused line. The bone stylus in her hand doesn't waver. Basic business education, she repeats, her voice dripping with cold sarcasm. Cute. She sets the stylus down with a definitive click. Oh, using the reusing the word definitive that I used. Interesting. Or I said defined, but the favor is undefined because the need is undefined. Perhaps I'll need a distraction at a corporate gala. Perhaps I'll need a package delivered through a hostile zone. Perhaps I'll need you to forget you ever saw this room. She leans forward again, her cybernetic eye whirring as it focuses on you. That is the nature of a favor in Neon Spire. It is an open-ended contract, a debt. The value of the information I am providing, access to a ghost who can potentially lead you to data that could save your family, is immense and inherently risky for me. The only currency that matches that risk is an open-ended obligation. Okay, see, she's pulling the Norman Blinsky move. She's using logic and reasoning to make her argument. Oh, and it's so effective. Against me, anyways. Her gaze flicks to Jeb and Lydia, then back to you. You want guarantees? Go back to the middle tiers. Play your music. Watch your parents get evicted. The lower levels do not deal in guarantees. Now let me see here. What's favorite? Okay, I didn't use the word guarantee in or out of. Okay. And of course, just like I said, they have to do it in a very specific way, and then she's probably going to ask for some insane, ridiculous thing at the end that it's the same bullshit thing you see in movies all the time. The AI is just following the movie genre thing. She gestures dismissively towards the door. The offer stands as stated. An undefined favor for an introduction to Cipher. Take it or leave it. The hum of the machinery in the small room suddenly feels oppressive. No, it doesn't. It's not going to oppress me. Gives you a look that clearly says, this is as good as it gets. See, exactly. The other characters are still telling my character. He remains silent, observing the negotiation like a spectator at a high-stakes game. What let's see here. What kind of is this? Just a regular slate, or is this? Yeah, data slate. Needs to write on the. using and no, not the, just songbird. Here we go, and I'm giving this character a nickname. Norman wears a bear pelt around everywhere, so people call him the Bear Man, and he's also known as the Judgment Hammer because it's kind of a name he made up for himself. And now I'm kind of doing the same thing here. This character is the Songbird, or just Songbird. If the other dude's gonna be Cypher, Harlan or Cypher, my dude's gonna be Songbird. I'm not even gonna double check everything for spelling or grammar. I'm just gonna hit enter. This is too funny. Moo nods. All right, I'll agree to your favor if Cypher responds, but if the data wipes, I'll do the dishes for the evening, the debt'll be paid. If your favor is to be open-ended, then so be it. I'll be sure to repay you with a task of equal value to what we gain from this. Also, this favor only applies to me. I'm responsible for it, not them. They're just accompanying me for now. You never know, we might start a band and become famous. As for guarantees, you've got me all wrong. I'm no company rat, I'm an artist, and nothing is ever guaranteed in my line of work. I'm just trying to play the odds when they're in my favor. Work smarter, not harder. He winks as he suddenly gains a brash confidence that sweeps over him. Taking the stylus, he begins to write on the data slate as instructed. He describes a very lucrative offer in writing to Cypher. Since he would be doing most of the work, he gets 75% of the profits, the other 25 being split between unnamed individuals. Mu intends to split it 5% to each of his companions and Maggie if necessary, but he doesn't leave any names or information about the 25% cut that doesn't go to Cypher. So in other words, he's gonna give all the money to Cypher. He's like, bro, if you're gonna be doing all the work, you get all the money. We just want in. We just want a little bit. We just want enough to get our families through life. So Mu-Thaun accepts this offer, writing it out he accepts Maggie's offer, writing out his offer on the data slate and using the cipher key Harlan. He signs it with his own on-street alias that he most would know him by, Songbird. He was also seen around animals and had a knack for music, so a lot of people called him by that name instead of his own. Maggie watches you write, her expression an unreadable mask of augmented neutrality. Of course, they always have neutral looks on their faces because it's an AI. It's dead inside. When you finish and set the stylus down, she gives a single slow nod. Songbird, she rasps, the name sounding like gravel in her mouth. Apt. The slate will remain here. Do not return for it. If Cypher is interested, you will be contacted. She makes a shooing motion with her biological hand. Now get out. You're letting the cold air in. Jeb doesn't need to be told twice, immediately turning and heading for the door. Lydia gives Maggie a respectful nod before following. I feel like my character would probably, I feel like he would just, do something musical or, click his heels or do something do something goofy. But maybe not. Maybe he would just walk out because of the weight of the situation. And Lydia's being respectful, and I feel like he would be unnaturally attracted to the only female that is around in their group. So, yeah. Back in the main bar, the atmosphere feels different. The noise is louder, the air thicker. Boris is exactly where you left him, having apparently intimidated anyone from taking your booth. Saffron is curled up asleep under the table while Zephyr's head rests on her paws, her eyes tracking your return. Jeb lets out a low whistle once you're all seated. Well, that was something. An open-ended favor from Maggie. That's a heavy chain to wear, Songbird. He uses your alias without hesitation. Boris grunts. Heavy chain, but key might open big door. Lydia is quiet for a moment before speaking. You handled that well. She respects boldness, even if she doesn't show it. She looks towards the beaded curtain. Now we wait. The reality of your situation sets in. You've taken on a significant undefined debt for a chance, not even a guarantee, at contacting a legendary hacker. The data slate sits in Maggie's back room, holding your encrypted plea to a ghost. The rusty, the rusty bolt continues its nightly rhythm around you. The journey to find wealth and answers has officially begun. Its first step mired in debt and uncertainty. What will you like to do now? Well, Songbird is gonna do what he does best. Okay, what were my character's skills again? See, that's the thing. I can't just use words. I have to constantly check my skills and stuff, which means I have to always keep track of where the top of this thing is. What are his things? Perception, insight, equipment, cantrips, minor illusion, vicious mockery, prestidigitation. Prestidigitation is minor illusion. I think is the one you would need, right? Minor illusion and prestidigitation. And let's go ahead and roll for performance, just in case. Oh, come on, that was a D20. That was a nat 20. So here's where I would ask. This is the part where I would ask chat if I want to use if I should use the 20 roll or the 15 roll. I'd be like, chat, what do you think? Should I use the? But nah, there's no way that would be a nat 20. You saw how it was literally rolling onto the 20 and then it just randomly stopped and turned onto the 15. I'm told you it does that all the time. Every time it hits a wall, it goes from a higher number to a lower number. And even when it doesn't hit a wall, it rolls a lower number more often than it rolls a higher number. And since I literally don't have anybody watching the stream and there's no chat to consult, I don't give a shit what your opinion is or what you think. I'm going to go with the 20. Because that's what it was about to land on. So this one would be even better. That means that this performance will be even better than... Because they may not even agree to any of that. Now you're speaking my language. Boris, you got the beat? You never know. It might be a 20 on the diplomacy check just to get them to agree to. Moo looks at the others around the table, then glances at the others in the boot, at those in surrounding booths, is what I should have said, before asking curiously, "Say, is there ever any entertainment playing here? I'm not in the mood to be dull." Without waiting for the reply, he's already on his feet, pulling his viol from its casing as if he intended to start playing. He places his bow silently across the strings before looking to the others as if waiting for them to hop up and join him. He verbally confirms this by saying, "What do you say? Shall we teach these hackers how to dance?" The songbird prepares to lighten the mood with a bit of music. He intends to use minor illusions and prestidigitation to improve the performance with dancing figures and sounds if they proceed. The song would start out with a strong pirate-like, clumsy, goofy, adventurous theme that would build into a crescendo of triumphant bravado before fading into a soft, breathtaking, emotionally gripping end that may cause any drunk or sleepy individuals to fade into slumber. That is all assuming the companions actually agree to play the music. Otherwise, he'd simply slurp down a bowl of grub. Another bowl of grub. Oh, but it looks like they're going to agree because a wide grin spreads across Jed's face. And just as I said a moment ago, now you speaking my language, Boris. You got the beat. Now you speaking my language, Boris. You got the beat. The dwarf grunts, a sound that is somehow both resigned and eager. He hefts his synth bass and cybernetic jaw already beginning to emit a low, resonant hum. Aye, let's wake the dead. Lydia doesn't speak, but a subtle smile touches her lips as her fingers begin to dance across the surface of the table, calling up a shimmering, silent holographic interface in preparation. You don't wait for a more formal invitation. You bring the viol to your shoulder, your bow meeting the strings with a bold, swashbuckling flourish. Swashbuckling, I like that. See, sometimes the AI uses really good words. A swashbuckling flourish. The tune that erupts is jaunty and slightly off kilter, a musical representation of a stumbling but enthusiastic adventure. Slightly off kilter, jaunty and slightly off kilter. See, good wording. Good wording. Sometimes the AI does really good flavor text, but that's about all it can do is the occasional flavor text. And like I said, once it repeats that flavor text, it uses the same exact wording, so it's usually not that great. Jeb's flowing finger implants fly across his keytar, weaving a melody of synth horns and creaking ship timbers around your strings. Boris's bass line drops in like the pounding of waves against a hull, deep and powerful. Lydia's contribution is ethereal, a soundscape of lapping water, gusting wind, and distant gulls, all rendered in crystalline digital tones. And then you weave in your magic. With a subtle flick of your will, tiny spectral pirates no bigger than your hand appear on tabletops and in the air above the bar. They swing from ropes made of light, clash with cutlasses of shimmering energy, and clumsily trip over barrels of illusionary rum. The air fills with their muffled, cartoonish sounds and the sound of splashing waves. Prestidigita- Prestidigitation adds sensory details, the faint salty tang of sea spray in the air, the chill of an ocean breeze that rustles clothing without disturbing anything else, the illusionary sensation of the floor gently rocking. The entire atmosphere of the rusty bolt transforms. Conversations halt mid-sentence. Data pads are lowered. Hardened faces etched with the grind of life in the lower levels first show surprise, then disbelief, and finally, delight. As your song builds, the clumsy pirate theme evolves. The melody gains confidence, soaring into a triumphant anthem of treasure won and battle survived. The illusionary pirates stand victorious on the prow of a grand ghost ship, chests of gold glittering at their feet. The music swells, filling every corner of the dive with raw, unadulterated bravado. I almost said bravery. And then, just as suddenly, it recedes. The triumphant notes fade, softening into a gentle, heartbreakingly beautiful lament. A lone sailor looking back at the shores he's left behind. The illusions dissolve into motes of soft light that drift down like gentle snow. The sensory effects shift to the comforting warmth of a hearth and the faint scent of distant pine forests. At the edges of the room, where patrons had already been nodding off into their synth ale, heads now dip fully onto tables. A low snore rumbles from the booth in the corner. The performance hadn't just entertained, it had genuinely soothed weary souls to sleep. The final note from your viol hangs in the air and fades into silence. For a moment there is nothing. Then applause erupts, not from the raucous cheers of the upper promenade, but something more profound. Slow, respectful clapping from those still awake. A grizzled-looking man with a full-face tattoo gives you a solemn nod from across the room. Even Maggie has emerged from her back room to lean against the doorway, her arms crossed. She doesn't clap, but she watches you with the same analytical gaze. Jeb is breathing heavily, a euphoric look on his face. By the spire, that was incredible! Boris simply pats his synth bass with something akin to affection. Lydia lets her hollow interface fade. You truly are a songbird, she says quietly. You don't just play notes, you weave emotions. The mood in the rusty bolt is now warm, drowsy, and deeply impressed. You've paid for your noodles and information with more than just a promise of future favor. You've paid with a moment of genuine beauty in a place that sees very little of it. What would you like to do next? My character's probably got to get... I don't even know what time of day it is. I don't remember if this place even has windows. God, I feel like the character would actually like absolutely flirt with Lydia, but at the same time, I don't know how the AI was gonna respond to that, and I have to keep this YouTube friendly. Hmm. So instead of using the word flirt, I'm gonna use the word wink. Also, when it comes to like practicing, a musician has to practice their performance, right? So what I could do is, like as a pre performance practice, what I could do like 3 dice rolls. I could roll a d20 3 times, or I could just use this 15 here for the next performance. But potentially you could roll like the d20 3 times for the practices, and then I'm gonna say you could roll a fourth d20 for the actual performance, and then you could use either one of your previous rolls without any modifiers, or use your current roll with modifiers as the actual performance. I feel like that would be a fair rule. That'd be a fair rule if I remember it. I have to remember that rule. But yeah, to a digital watch somewhere or checks outside to find the time. Intends to locate a place to retire if it's late while he waits for news from Cypher. Okay, I'm gonna save this for afterwards. Oh God. Dude, I should not be moving in that direction. Okay, let's see here. Moo looks at a digital watch somewhere or checks it from time to time. He tends to look at a place to retire if it's late, while he waits for news from Cypher. If it's not late, then that'll give them more time to find a place to stay for the night. They'll probably have to find somewhere nearby regardless. For boarding anywhere. Accustomed to him not returning for days at a time, it was a habit that he formed since he was 18. He speaks to the group loud enough for all to hear. Oh my God. What is it when you're not being super obvious? I mean, it's probably very obvious regardless, but he not underhandedly. He what is the opposite of obvious? Ah, discreet and covert. Okay, here we go. I feel like discreet and covert. I think discreet is the one I'm looking for. Discreetly. Songbird revels in the success of their performance, thanking each of the members individually for their talents and participation. He discreetly flirts a bit. Lydia. That should be it. That should be good, right? That'll be good. I hope so. God, I don't think the AI is going to go super crazy with stuff like that unless specifically asked to. But again, I haven't fully. I've been testing some of that stuff out with my other roleplay, and I'm not sure if I should even be saying any of this. It could potentially be very bad. Moon looks to a digital watch somewhere or checks outside to find the time. He intends to locate a place to retire if it's late while he waits for news from Cypher. Without vast amounts of wealth, Moo didn't intend to pay for boarding anywhere. His parents were accustomed to him not returning for days at a time. It was a habit that he'd formed since turning 18. He speaks to the group loud enough for all to hear. I'm sure I'm sure Maggie doesn't mind the business that we might draw in. Maybe she can pay us to do a properly planned performance at a venue in the future. We can put out posters and make sure it's a full house. He looks directly at Maggie and declares, entertainment can be worth a lot of money if that's what you're looking for. Then he turns his attention to Lydia, winking at her playfully. And that's not the only tune I know how to play. Oh, God. Oh, God. The songbird revels in the success of their performance, thanking each of the members individually for their talents and participation. He discreetly flirts a bit with Lydia before sitting back down to discuss their plans for the evening. Would they continue to work together or go their separate ways? Where would they sleep tonight after the sun goes down? How should they split the 25% payment if the job succeeds? There was plenty to talk about. A flickering chrono display on the wall behind the bar reads 22:47. The artificial night of the lower levels is deep and perpetual, but the rhythms of the city still dictate rest. So, if that's military time, then that means it's 10:47. It's almost midnight, which means it's a lot later than I thought it was. Which means they do not have time to find a place to stay. Maggie, still leaning in her doorway, gives a non-committal grunt at your suggestion of a paid performance. We'll see if you're still alive and out of debt when Cypher gets back to you, she rasps, but there's a hint of calculation in her cybernetic eye. She turns and disappears back into her office without another word. Yeah, my character might actually end up dying, so good point. I didn't think of that. Jeb chuckles. Well, I don't think the AI is actually going to do that, though. I'm pretty sure the AI is like obligated to not kill your characters off at all. But I have no clue. Maybe it can. Maybe it will. Who knows? I mean, my character Norman was in a really bad situation, and I got 2 natural ones, so potentially he should have died, but he didn't. So, yeah, he got 2 natural ones in a row in a situation that definitely should have killed him. I mean, it shouldn't have killed him until he rolled both natural ones, and then it absolutely should have killed him, but then he still didn't die. So I'm thinking that the AI is either forced to not kill off your characters, or it is going to be very, 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 very lenient about stuff like that. It might be it might have the "Are you sure?" Dungeon Master credentials, where it's like, "Are you sure you want to do that?" And then when you decide to do it, then and only then is it given permission to actually kill off your character. And otherwise, it has to like keep them alive. Who knows? Who knows how the AI is designed to operate? But also, I can just regenerate it if something happens and a character dies and I don't want them to die. Then I can just regenerate the message. I have like over 400 messages saved up now. So, well, actually, I might have less than that now that I've only used a few, so probably not. I still have over 400. But yeah, I was struggling to keep messages up when I first started my role play. And then, as I got used to the AI and how it worked, I started editing messages and responses to make it actually make sense. And then I started like kind of grouping everything together instead of doing like smaller individual responses. I would just kind of like summarize the events and let the AI describe everything. Since the AI was just rewriting everything that I fucking wrote out specifically anyways. So I just kind of started like basically pushing forward with the story. I was just completely forcing the narrative forward, forcing the story to move forward, letting the AI just decide stuff, and then if it did something that didn't make sense or that I didn't like, I'd just edit its response. And I basically pushed the story forward by like several weeks. I think I pushed the story forward almost a full month because I also skipped like entire days and entire like combat events. I'm just like, just describe the whole thing to me. Here's how my character operates with this event. Just describe it all to me, and then I let the AI just kind of do everything. So I was just getting really annoyed with the AI. until I actually got to the point where I started testing out the naughty stuff, and then and then I just kind of stopped. I was like, okay, that's good enough. I've got important things to do right now. I can't keep. Red would probably be the best one to stick with. Actually, purple, because then there wouldn't really be any weak hits. Oh, sorry. I'm talking about Raid Shadow Legends. I've got that running in the background, and I went over to it to start another auto battle. There's a boss that I've been working on. I have like full energy, so I'm trying to keep them going in the background, but I haven't really been paying attention to it because I'm focusing on the role play. But anyways, yeah. So that's I've been kind of saving up and collecting since I haven't really been on like the role play thing at all this week. Since I did the role play last week, I haven't touched either of these role plays. But I have been continuously logging into the AI realm to collect my messages that have been building up. So I've got like 400 of them saved up now, which is quite a bit. But anyways, Jeb chuckles, stretching his arms. She's not wrong, but hey, that was a hell of an audition. He glances around at the now sleepier bar. As for sleeping, Boris and I have a crash pad a few blocks from here. It's not much, mostly just a roof and a lock on the door, but you're welcome to it. Floor space is free. Boris nods. Safe enough for now. Lydia meets your wink with a raised eyebrow, her expression unreadable but not displeased. She ignores the flirtation for the more practical matter. Yeah, see, this is pretty much how everyone reacts. Which like in the other world it made sense. In the other world it's like, bro, we're all trying to survive. There ain't no time for that. But here it's literally the entire world. The entire world is designed around, basically substances. Special substances. People escaping into escapism. There's technology. There's lights everywhere. This is going to be much more of a prominent factor in this world than it was in the other world. In the other world, it took forever for me to eventually, get my character to that point because, I was focused on the role play and the survival, and of course, survival is much more important than all that other stuff. But in this world, I mean, maybe Lydia does seem like she's probably more refined. And my character is just over here acting like an animal basically. So it makes this does kind of make sense, but at the same time I feel like it's going to be like it would probably be much easier to pull in maybe not like a long-term relationship, but just like nightly female companions. That seems like a thing that would be very easy to achieve in the neon world, the neon city, based on what I know about modern humanity, not modern society. But anyways, Lydia meets your wink with a raised eyebrow, expression unreadable and not displeased. She ignores the flirtation for the more practical matter. A temporary alliance seems prudent, she says, her voice low. Until we hear from Cypher, at least. There is strength in numbers down here. Hey, that was something that I always said, that Norman always said in the other roleplay. Strength in numbers. Question of payment hangs in the air. Jeb is the first to address it, leaning in conspiratorially. All right, Songbird, let's talk numbers. You're taking the big risk with Maggie's favor, and it's your lead. 75% for you is fair. Kicks off. What? 4 ways. Me, Boris, Lydia. See, the AI doesn't understand the math. I literally I can understand. I used a bunch of he's, and it might think that he, as in me, is 75%. But I specifically said the 25% not going to Cipher, meaning the AI should have been able to figure out that the 75% that I was referring to was going to the he that was Cipher. But maybe Cipher's not a he. So this is where I correct the AI. 75% for Cipher is isn't convenient. So it's fair. Me, Boris, Lydia, and you. And you're thinking of cutting Maggie in? Two. That's 6.25% to each of us. If we include Maggie. But if this data is as juicy as you think, Boris grounds fair split. Fair split. Acceptable. It seems that you have a crew for now. Yeah. See, I just randomly walked up to some musicians that said, "Hey, you guys want to come with me to do a really crazy thing?" And they're like, "Heck yeah, let's go talk to our contact down in the lower levels." We go talk to the contact. The contact's like, "Well, you're gonna owe me a favor if I reach out to this person for you." And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, cool. Oh, by the way, we're gonna make your place like super like super freaking awesome. By the way, everyone's gonna want to come here. Everyone's gonna love you. We're gonna improve your business, and for free, by the way." The legend of the musical masters. Seems you have a crew and a place to sleep has been offered. The terms of a potential future score have been loosely agreed upon. What would you like to do next? Yeah, see, but I gotta fix those numbers, man. Let's do one to each of us, or a solid 5% if we include Maggie. I said musical masters. Now I'm actually thinking that would be a good name. Yeah, I think I'm going a little too heavy into this. With our powers combined, with our talents combined, planet. What is it? Planet. The recycling guy. Planet Nature or whatever. Planet Earth. But Captain Planet. Captain Planet. That was his name. Captain Planet. Pretty sure isn't he the one that said they're like with our powers combined. All right. And of course, he's like head over heels, totally attracted to the one female in the group. Mu nods in agreement. Right on. If Cypher is right on. If Cypher is into making money, that would be irresistible. Maggie should also be on our side if we give her a cut and improve her business. Speaking of which, you guys have a name for your group? If not, how about the Musical Masters? Kind of has a nice ring to it, but I won't force it if you decide it's not for you. Maybe after we do this job, we can make a name for ourselves. You know, music is my entire life. I'd love, I'd be more than happy to spend the rest of my days doing gigs at places like this one. It would make us it would make us more money than playing out on the streets for spare change. And Maggie would charge for tickets, pay us to perform on her property, and we'd have a future that extends far beyond this one event that could turn our lives around for better or worse. If we get away with this, I want to keep working with you guys. I normally sing my songs as a lonely bird, but with our talents combined, we could become famous. We could become famous. I don't know. How do you? We could become famous. But with our talents combined, we could become famous. The songbird looks around to see what the group thinks. Though he listens for their responses, he primarily looks at their facial. Oh, I should have rolled for insight. That was the thing I was gonna do is add a roll for insight at the beginning of that, but I didn't do it. Yeah, we could say I rolled 15 for insight. There we go. I'm gonna clear that. Sure, I rolled 15 for insight. Whatever, I don't care. I didn't actually roll for insight, and it's not gonna ask me to roll for insight. It looks like so. That's cool. No need to roll at all. Are a study in contrasts. Joe's face lights up with genuine, unbridled enthusiasm. Musical masters? I love it. Sounds legit. A real name, a real crew. We could get matching jackets. I didn't even think about uniforms. Oh, that's. See, sometimes the AI comes up with some good stuff. He seems to be already envisioning hollow posters and tour schedules. Boris, however, lets out a low grunt that sounds like a hydraulic press failing. He shakes his head slowly, his cybernetic jaw set in a firm line. No, too soft. Sounds like a kid's show. He gestures vaguely around the rusty bolt. Down here, you need teeth. Something that says we're not to be messed with. I mean, yeah, I also didn't. I also was going to make a comment about security as well, and I completely forgot about that too. That one was much less considered than the than the dice roll because I completely forgot about that one. The dice roll is just like, oh, whoops, I forgot to add that at the very end. But the security thing was like a whole. I didn't even. Yeah, no, I barely put any thought into that one. But yeah, this that actually is perfect because now Boris has brought that back up to my attention, and that is something that we would need is security in the lower levels. Even if they weren't in the lower levels, like even if you're a musical group that's performing in a very very non-criminal area, the fact that the criminals will be drawn to you just because they're assholes. So yeah, you always need security, even if you're not in a really shady place. Lily's expression is more nuanced. She seems to be weighing your words, her silver eyes thoughtful. A future, she murmurs, almost to herself. She looks from your hopeful face to Jeb's excitement and then Boris's stoic disapproval. And Boris's disapproval isn't about. Sounds like a kids show. The Musical Masters. Oh, so it's just the name. So his disapproval is of the name, not of the fact that they'd be working together. So it's not really disapprove. I mean, yeah, he disapproves of the name, but the ambition is commendable, Songbird, but Boris is not wrong. In the lower levels, a name like Musical Masters would paint a target on our backs for every two-bit gang looking to prove they're tougher than the pretty noisemakers. She offers a small, almost apologetic shrug. It lacks an edge. So the only thing they disagree with is the name. They're not disagreeing with working together. Jeb deflates slightly. Aw, come on, guys, it's catchy. Boris remains unmoved. Needs an edge. I'm enjoying doing the voices too much, and I'm pretty sure I'm perfectly pretty sure that I'm perfectly simulating the same voices that I did last time. I can't remember the words I was trying to use. Lydia looks back at you. The sentiment is good, the collaboration is good, but the brand needs to reflect the reality of our environment if we wish to be taken seriously here. It's clear your idea of a purely musical future and gentle name has met with a hard dose of lower level pragmatism. They are open to the crew, but the identity needs work. What would you like to do? I mean, they are just well, my character's a kid. I don't know about the rest of them. We'll make sure it's as catchy as it is deadly. What are their names? I don't even know my own animals' names. That'll be right here at the top, though. Zephyr and Saffron. Oops, Saffron, not Saffron. I don't know if it'd be like a head pat or a tummy pat. I don't really know like how the animals would have been trained. I think that's probably something that I would have to decide. We'll do head pat just simply because it's like a thing. It's a thing on the internet, so. Oh, it's Boris and Jeb own the place. Okay. Crash pad. So it's not just Jeb's place. It's Boris and Jeb's place. I need to remember that. Like I said, I'm treating him like he's a lot younger than 21. Treating him like he's 14 or 15 or something. Alright, Moon nods excitedly, so. Okay. And since we're doing D&D kind of stuff, I'll use the full rest, hoping it'll follow those game mechanics. Oh, right. I forgot. I literally prepared for this. Oh yes, there's much excitement in his heart right now. Much excitement. Who nods excitedly. So we'll work on a name and eventually hire security once we have the money. Not a problem. We'll make sure it's as catchy as it is deadly. But it is pretty late, so we should head over to Jeb's place to settle down for the night as long as pets are allowed, and it's Jeb's and it is Jeb's place and what's his Boris's place. I just momentarily forgot that it was Boris's place and didn't fix the. They should be as long as pets are allowed. There should be room for these two. Emotions for Zephyr and Saffron to follow him, waking them with a light head pad if needed. As long as they're able to accommodate his animals, Moo joyfully follows them to the crash pad. He has to force himself to walk calmly rather than skip around as they were in the lower levels and his house was nowhere in sight. The reminder of the dangerous inhabitants finally kicking in to ensure safer behavior habits. Songbird follows the group to prepare for a full rest. He had momentarily forgotten about his tiny hut bead that he kept in cases such as this due to the excitement that he felt in his heart. Jeb leads the way out of the rusty bolt and back into the damp, shadowy alleyway of the lower promenade. Pets are, pets are fine. No, that's my character's voice. Pets are fine, he confirms. And the place is basically theirs already. We've got a few permanent rodent residents they can chase if they get bored. The journey to the crash pad is a tense, silent affair. The vibrant chaos of the main thoroughfares gives way to narrower, darker passages where the only light comes from leaking pipes glowing with fluorescent algae and the occasional flicker of a broken hollow sign. You pass figures huddled in doorways at the distant echoing sounds of an argument. Zephyr sticks close to your leg, her body low and tense, while Saffron's nose twitches constantly, processing 1,000 new scents. Boris takes up the rear, his presence a solid, reassuring bulk against the pressing darkness. After a few turns down increasingly grimy corridors, Jeb stops before a reinforced metal door marked only by a faded tag of a screaming skull. He presses his palm against a dusty scanner. It beeps and the door slides open with a groan of protest. The crash pad is a single large room that was likely once part of an industrial ventilation shaft. It's Spartan and worn, but surprisingly clean. Mattresses and sleeping bags are piled in one corner next to a small humming refrigeration unit. Wires and cables snake along the walls, powering a few bare bulbs and what looks like a jury-rigged entertainment console. Ooh, okay, an entertainment console. Heck yeah. These guys are gamers! Gamers! The power of the gamer! See, I knew I would like these guys. They're all gamers. They're just like me in real life. Living in a broken down old shack. Actually, no, my place is a little bit nicer than their place. True to Jeb's word, you see a small, shiny-eyed creature. A small, shiny-eyed creature scuttle into a hole in the wall as you enter. Home sweet home, Jeb says with a wry smile. Bathroom's down the hall to the left, communal for the floor. Water's usually warm. Boris immediately claims a mattress and begins methodically checking over his synth base. Lydia finds a relatively clear space near a power outlet and sits cross-legged, pulling out a datapad and begins to type silently. As you take in the humble surroundings, the memory of your tiny hut bead tucked away in your entertainer's pack surfaces. Could cast it right here, creating an impenetrable, comfortable dome for you and your companions to sleep in safely. What would you like to do? And of course, him leaning towards her also achieves other goals. Because yeah, he's kind of creeping on her a little bit. He's been a little aggressive with the hey, I really like you vibes. Because he's a freaking oh no, actually he's not a teenager. He's 21, so he's a little bit older than that, but he's still immature. So we're gonna have him be like kind of aggressively flirtatious, like super thinking that that's the only important thing about relationships. I don't know. Maybe he could mimic what his parents do. I mean, obviously his parents wouldn't really be working towards having more children, but I haven't really designed or created his parents at all, so I don't really know. Basically, he would just be. I don't know, what he might have learned about from them, but he's just going on instinct. And right now, his instinct is telling him need bodily functions, and yeah, his brain is kind of working towards that goal without really thinking too much about potentially the good and the bad, and what that might mean long term. So, yeah, I feel like that would be. So I feel like when it comes to that, he is just like going head over heels, like, you know, oh, I'm really attracted to this person. Okay, yeah, see, this says datapad as one word. Why is it telling me it's spelled wrong over here? Ugh. There we go. That should work. So they're about to turn in for the night. I'm, of course, going to draw this out with a little bit of conversation first, but. To your Mu whispers to Jeb. I've learned a bit of magic, and I might be able to make things more comfortable for us in here. Looks around the open room and checks to make sure there's enough room to create his tiny hut without damaging anything. If so, he'd have them all stand in a corner while he creates the hut. It would be decorated as the rest of the world, appearing as a dimly lit metal neon shack from the outside. However, on the inside there were working bright lights, appliances, electronics, and I'm assuming plumbing. The bedding would possibly be more comfortable. If a game station wasn't already included, Moo would motion them to bring one from the crash pad inside. Before they went to sleep, he wanted to play a few rounds of whatever game Jeb and Boris were used to entertaining themselves with. It was another way the group could bond. After this, he'd sit down next to Lydia, asking her, "What have you been up to?" Oh, what have you been up to? He leans toward her to get a look at what she had been typing, as well as, just getting closer to her in general. Again, kind of creepily snooping on her. He doesn't ask permission. He's like, "Hey, you mind if I take a look at this?" He's just like, I'm gonna get up all in your business. Songbird inspects the area to see if he can cast Tiny Hut. Okay, yes, this is just the summary. Regardless if he doesn't know, he checks on, and I hadn't mentioned anything about checking on the animals, so I'm like, yeah, that's kind of important. He cares a lot about his animals, so of course that's gonna be like one of the first things he does before socializing with the new people. He's got to stick to his already established relationships with the animals. The room is just large enough. You gesture for everyone to gather close, and with a few murmured words and a subtle flourish, you expand the spell slot and place the magical bead on the floor. Shimmering hemispherical dome of force springs into existence, encompassing your group and most of the room's usable space. From the outside, it perfectly mimics the appearance of the grimy metallic walls of the crash pad. Flawless camouflage. Stepping through its resilient surface is like entering another world. The area inside is clean and temperature controlled. The floor is covered with soft illusory rugs. Bunks with comfortable mattresses and clean linen line one curved wall. A small functional kitchenette hums quietly in another corner, and yes, a small enclosed sanitation nook with running water shimmers into existence. Jeb's jaw drops. Whoa, you've been holding out on us, Songbird. This is better than my aunt's penthouse. Even Boris looks impressed, running a hand over one of the bunks as if testing its reality. You quickly help them move their jerry-rigged game console inside. Also, it doesn't come with one. Darn. For the next hour, you're engrossed in a chaotic, fast-paced hover bike racing game called Neon Fury. Ooh, okay. So you've even got a little lore now for the Neon world. It's a hover bike game called Neon Fury. Jeb is an expert. Boris surprisingly agile for his size. And you hold your own with a mix of luck and panicked button mashing. Yeah, that sounds about right. The shared laughter and friendly trash talk fills the hut with a warmth that has nothing to do with the climate control. Oh, that's a pretty good way of wording that, actually. They did a good job with that. Eventually, Jeb and Boris retire to their bunks, the former still chattering excitedly about your sick magical pad. You find Lydia sitting at a small table that has manifested in a quieter corner of the hut. She's still on her data pad. As you approach and ask your question, she doesn't look up immediately. "Research," she says quietly. You lean in to look. On her screen are fragmented news articles, corporate obituaries, and public transit logs, all surrounding a single name, Harlan Cobalt. It's the name Maggie gave you for the cipher key. "So you're looking into him, are you?" You whisper. "Yes, he was a mid-level data analyst for Omnicorp," she says, her fingers flicking across the screen to pull up a grainy employee photo of a man with a tired smile. "Officially, he resigned for personal reasons 6 months ago." She highlights a section of text. "Unofficially, his public data trail ends abruptly 2 weeks before that resignation was filled. No financial transactions, no comms logs, nothing." She finally looks up at you, her silver eyes serious in the hut's soft light. "The name Maggie gave us isn't random. It's a key, and possibly a warning." She closes the datapad. "Sleep well, Songbird. Tomorrow we'll see if the ghost answers." The dome is secure. Your companions are safe and resting. The first concrete clue, a missing man named Harlan, has emerged from the digital ether. What would you like to do? Oof. Investigative intellect. Yeah, like I said, he's really what do you call it? Buttering her up. That's what it's called. Not softening her up. This it kept the phrase softening her up kept going through my mind. I'm like, that doesn't sound right. Something's wrong with that. But buttering her up is what I was looking for. Mu thanks Lydia for looking into it, also apologizing for not helping and adding a compliment for her diligence and investigative intellect. Alrighty then. Why we fight? I may have named this chapter incorrectly because so far we haven't really reached to any conclusion as to why we fight. Because I was planning on him kind of like having a little bit of an argument with what's her name about the sentimentality being weakness, but I didn't do that. So so far we haven't had come to any conclusion as to why we fight. You know what I mean? If you just copy the message over and over again, it can kind of get the AI to respond a little faster. Also, having it copied is nice in case something goes wrong and it just doesn't work. But yeah, I gotta work tomorrow pretty early in the morning. I still need to set my alarm. Speaking of alarms. So this morning I actually woke up before it was time for my alarm to go off. So I was like, okay, I'll set it later. And then I thought about it before I started streaming. I'm like, or maybe it was shortly after I started streaming. I looked at it and I was like, okay, I should be able to set the alarm now. And I forgot to actually get up and set it. So now my alarm for tomorrow morning is set because I do have to work in the morning. Early in the morning. Mm-hmm. So I actually don't. I don't actually know. All right. Okay, you already know what all this says. I'm sure you've been reading it this whole time. I'm not going to read that out to you. Nobody's even watching this anyways, and if somebody does watch the video later, then you'll just have to pause it and read it yourself. I'm sorry. The soft shifting hues of your custom lighting paint the interior of the tiny hut in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. The gentle hum of the magical dome in the deep, even breathing of your companions, Jeb's faint snoring, Boris's rumbling exhales, the quiet rustle of saffron settling at the foot of your bunk, Zephyr's watchful presence as a dark shape near the entrance, lulls you into a sense of profound security. It mentioned literally everybody except for Lydia. It mentioned Jeb, Boris, Saffron, Zephyr, and of course there's myself, but I guess Lydia isn't sleeping. I guess she's still researching. I don't know. Your mind drifts through the events of the day, the glittering promenade, the raw energy of the impromptu performance, the grim reality of Maggie's back room. Grim reality? What's grim about the back room, about the manager's office of her business? What the fuck? There's no grim reality of that. What? I mean, I guess the meeting was kind of like, you'll owe me a favor. It's like, okay, it might be a really bad favor, and that's kind of what he was trying to avoid. But in Lydia's discovery, the name Harlan Cobalt echoes in your thoughts. Was he Cipher, a victim, a key, or a lock? Okay, keys and locks. Sleep claims you not with a jolt, but as a slow tide pulling you under its waves, while the lights above you cycle through their tranquil dance, red, blue, magenta. You are awoken by a sharp, insistent beeping. It's not your alarm, it's coming from outside the dome. The magical hut is still intact. The soft, cycling lights are still on. Jeb is sitting up in his bunk, rubbing his eyes. Boris is already on his feet, his synth bass held like a club. Oh god, don't use your musical instrument from combat. Lydia is at the dome's edge, peering out into the dim crash pad. Oh wait, yeah, if she's an elf, is this like is this Oh wait, that wasn't those weren't elves though. Those were Eldrin. Yeah, the Eldrins, they had like the phase sleep, the special you know, special sleep status where they never actually fully went to sleep, but they could still, so they'd still be alert during sleep. I wonder if, as an elf, if she has those capabilities. Maybe that's why she didn't go to sleep, or maybe she did go to sleep. I don't know. That was never explained. Outside the shimmering field, resting on the dusty floor just beyond his perimeter, is Maggie's old data slate. It's lit up, flashing with a single repeating message in stark white text. Songbird, the docks, berth 7C, sunrise, come alone. The message flashes once more before the slate screen goes dark. Cypher has answered, and he wants a private meeting with the at the industrial docks in a matter of hours. The cozy safety of the tiny hut feels like a fragile bubble. No, it doesn't. It's still safety. It still feels quite safe, honestly. The real work is about to begin. What would you like to do?
Yeah, because he's saying all this before they've actually started eating breakfast or relieved themselves or anything like that. Oh, hey, somebody's watching. If you're not a bot, then hello, and if you're not a scammer, then welcome to the stream. My name is Lord Shadowfang. Congratulations, you were watching me roleplay with AI. Um, you would you should I recap everything, or would you be able to like view the entire stream to see that? There's also a previous stream of what happened before, so I'm not sure if you want to like catch up on your own, or if you want me to explain or describe anything. But I'm kind of reading everything out, doing voices, all that stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and then if you want to let me know in chat, then yeah. Moose stares at the data slate for a few moments before shaking off his feelings and looking to the others with a quick question. Everybody sleep okay? It seems like we've got some time, so let's eat breakfast and head out. You guys should remain at the edge of the docks, or maybe at the entrance if you feel like safe doing so.
I'll go with my animals to this Berth 7C, and if I don't return in 30 minutes, you should go to my home address and tell my parents. If either of my animals come up to you at the entrance, it might mean I'm in trouble. Obviously, if you hear any loud noises or screams coming from there, well, you can decide for yourself if you want to run, hide, or help, or whatever you want. I won't take any offense if you decide to save your own skin, because we only just met yesterday. Anyways, I'm closing down this sanctuary before we head out, so I guess if you have any questions, now's the time to ask. This might be the last time any of you ever see me again alive. So the songbird states the obvious before laying out a simplified backup plan. He looks at each of them individually for feedback before they share a meal and head out. And I didn't say this to the AI. I forgot to type this out to the AI, but basically, he would have given them his home address. I should probably explain that to the AI. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and explain that to the AI. There we go. There we go. I told the AI, so now they should. They probably already knew. The AI has a problem with all the characters just automatically know everything. So they would have just automatically known the address. Jeb's eyes widen and he runs a hand through his already messy hair. Sunrise at the docks, you say? Come alone? Sounds like a bad holodrama. Boris nods grimly. Sounds like a trap. Liddy's expression remains calm, but a flicker of concern crosses her face. She accepts the address you give her and quickly types it into her datapad. We'll do as you ask, she says quietly. But we won't just wait idly by if you're in danger. We'll stay close and assess the situation. Jeb nods emphatically. Yeah, we'll be your musical backup. He attempts a reassuring smile, but it comes off a little strained. The viewer didn't even fucking stick around. It's all text based though, so it makes sense. It's probably not all that entertaining. Unless you've actually got some class to you. That viewer, he was only in this chat for 3 minutes and 23 seconds. He ain't got no class. He would have watched the whole damn thing. Nah, he's probably, like I said, he could have said something. Like, the whole point, the only difference between a stream and a video is that with a stream, you can interact directly with the streamer. Whereas with a video, you can't actually, you can leave comments, but you can't, like, interact with them in real time. So he probably just went to go watch the videos. He probably didn't. He, she, they, them, whoever it was, probably was either a scammer or a bot, or if they were a real person who was actually just genuinely interested in what was going on, maybe they realized, oh snap, this is all text based. Maybe I'll look at it later, or maybe they went to go watch from the beginning and then they'll rejoin the stream later. But I'm still gonna insult them and say that they have no class. I mean, what else am I gonna do? I'm bored. Even I'm so boring that even I am bored with myself. I am bored with this AI role play. We need to get some action in here. I need to get some dice rolling going. I much prefer the text-based role playing to dice rolling, but you know what? This is an adventure. Let's see if Mu-Thaun Veldius gets himself killed on the very first bad thing that happens, because like Jeb says, it's like a bad holodrama. So it's very likely that he was told to go alone because it wasn't actually Cypher that sent him that message. It was someone else pretending to be Cypher, and then it's all going to end badly because they're going to get ambushed by someone who's looking for Cypher. And he's probably going to provide like a counter offer, like, yeah, tell you what, if you find Cypher and show us where he's at, then we'll give you a bunch of money and we'll totally protect your parents and all that, blah 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 blah. Musical backup. Boris grunts. Backup with teeth. Yeah, backup with teeth. You spend your next few minutes dismantling the tiny hut, the illusionary walls dissolving into shimmering modes of light that fade into nothingness. Familiar grime and chill of the crash pad return with a jolt. We would eat the breakfast before taking down the hut. We would eat the breakfast within the comfort of the hut. You eat a quick breakfast of synth rations from Jeb's dwindling supplies. The mood is subdued but focused. The reality of the risks you're taking, the potential for betrayal, violence, and corporate retribution hangs heavy in the air. With Zephyr and Saffron at your side, you and your crew head back out into the labyrinthine alleys of the lower levels, the promise of sunrise and a meeting with the digital ghost, pulling you towards the docks. As you near the sprawling industrial complex, the sounds of the city change. The cacophony of voices and synth music fades, replaced by the rhythmic clang of machinery and hiss of steam, and the cries of mechanical gulls circling overhead. Wait, what? Why are there mechanical birds flying around? Are they like spy birds that are just pretending to be gulls? Do they actually like cameras? Because otherwise, I don't see any purpose of having mechanical birds flying around. That's got to be it. That or something else. Maybe they're like the Wi-Fi antennas, and they're just flying to make them seem more animalistic. I feel like they would have to be cameras. They've got to be cameras. There's no way that they're anything else, anything other than cameras. They've got to be. They've just got to be. That's it. It's the only thing they could possibly be is cameras. I have said it. I have determined it. It is done. That is my official belief. They've got to be cameras. Because anything else, they'd be less efficient flying around and moving around, and they'd be more efficient just hung somewhere. Because otherwise, it's just stupidity. It's just the same usual flavor text bullshit. Oh, everything is mechanical in the future, even the animals. And that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, well, what if my character had like a mechanical pet? It wouldn't be, nature skill check. It would be something else. It'd be like a construct. Like the D&D construct would essentially be a mechanical pet in this world, in the Neon Dreamscape or whatever. Neon Tomb, Neon City. The Neon Spires. The dock stretched before you as a vast expanse of concrete and metal. A forest of cranes, shipping containers, and loading platforms. Heavily armed security drones patrol the perimeter. Uh-oh. Jeb, Boris, and Lydia stop at a grimy overpass overlooking the docks, giving you a final nod of encouragement. You continue on alone, Zephyr and Saffron padding silently beside you, towards Berth 7C, a loading platform at the far end of the complex. As you approach, you notice a figure standing in the shadows at the edge of the platform. They're tall and lean, clad in a long, dark coat that conceals their features. The rising sun catches the glint of metal beneath the coat's collar, hinting at cybernetic enhancements. This is it. You're meeting with Cypher. What would you like to do? Harlan Gigabod Crane. Ichabod. Ichabod. Yes, Ichabod. Yeah, Ichabod Crane was the guy's name from the Pumpkin Man. Harlan Cobalt. Might be listening to silence if the dude doesn't respond. Or it might not be a dude, it might be a dudette. I keep wanting to refer to Cypher as a he, but I don't actually know if it's a dude or not. It might be one of them transgenders. So it might be a they, them, or something. Who knows? Mu approaches the figure until he's within hearing range. Then he steps a bit closer to avoid having to yell or draw too much attention towards them. and he asks his first questions. He starts by asking his first question. He starts with the with this. He starts with his first question. I should switch that from question to questions because he's probably gonna have more questions. Starts by because he's definitely gonna have more questions. So he starts by asking his first questions. You willing? I'd like to know how long it would take to complete the hack of a data vault. How valuable would the data be? How dangerous is the security? And what can you tell me about the name Harlan Cobalt? Okay, I need to do the voice. All right, if you're willing, I'd like to know how long it would take to complete the hack of a data vault. Also, how valuable would the data actually be? I mean, how dangerous is the security? And what can you tell me about the name Harlan Cobalt? I've seen the online reports, so just tell me something I wouldn't find in those reports if you can. I guess I should also ask, is there anything I can do to help you succeed at getting into the vault? Also, do you like music? The last bit was more of a personal question, but in addition to preparing for the job, Moo wanted to learn more about this individual. Was this actually Cypher, and could they be trusted? Could anybody who doesn't like music ever be trusted? Songbird asks a series of questions, some more weighted than others in importance. He waits to see how this mysterious individual responds, crouching to stroke his animals as he listens. The figure remains motionless, their face still hidden in shadow. The only sound is the distant screech of a crane and the lapping of waves against the decaying piling of the docks. When they finally speak, their voice is a low, synthesized murmur that seems to vibrate in your bones. Time is relevant. Value is subjective. Danger is a matter of perspective. I don't know if that's the voice I should use, but that's what I'm going with. The figure steps. There's probably a better voiceover that could be done for that. Instead of just like full on, robot. I could have done like something different. I could try to do like time is relevant, value is subjective, danger is a matter of perspective. That actually might be better. I might do that instead. Instead of going full cyborg, full robot. I could do the deep voice of someone who also sounds kind of robotic. The figure steps into the sunlight. They are strikingly androgynous. Whoa. Androgynous, with close cropped jet black hair and eyes that seem to shift between colors, reflecting the light like oil and water. Ooh, see? Good flavor text. Their face is a canvas of intricate cybernetic implants barely visible beneath pale skin. As for Harlan Cobalt, the figure continues, he was a canary. Omnicorp used them to frequently gauge internal weaknesses. He dug too deep, learned too much. Now he sings a different tune. They pause, tilting their head as if listening to something only they can hear. Help is always appreciated. Music is a distraction, but sometimes distractions are useful. Ooh! Ooh! It sounds like he said he doesn't like music. Oh, no. The figure extends a hand. You may call me Cypher. Your request has piqued my interest, Songbird. But before we proceed, I must be certain of your capabilities. They withdraw a small metallic cube from beneath their coat and toss it to you. This contains a series of encrypted files. Decrypt them, analyze them, tell me what they mean, and perhaps we can do business. The cube hovers in your palm, humming softly. It feels warm to the touch. Cypher remains silent, waiting for your response. What would you like to do? What the fuck? Dude, Cypher is the hacker. He's the one who's supposed to be doing this job. Like, why does my character need to know how to do anything to do with that? He doesn't. That's why he hired this dude. He hired the hacker dude because the hacker dude is supposed to be doing the hacking. Why would he? Oh, infuriating. It's just one of those stupid things. It's like you have to complete this challenge. It's a fucking video game thing. You have to complete this challenge before I'll help you. It's like a fetch quest.
You have to go gather 10 flowers before I can give you this item or before I can help you. It's like, what? Before I can help you, you have to do something for me. And that something is completely randomized. Like, what? Like, if you needed to test my like, is that something that my character's supposed to be doing to help them? Is like, does my character also have to participate in hacking to like draw the attention away from him, the real hacker? Like, what? I don't get it. Yeah, so I'm just sitting here, thinking and typing out stuff. And of course, as usual, I'm taking the more reasonable, logical approach. But of course, the AI is probably going to just completely shut down and be like, "Nope, you have to follow the story. So you have to either do it or do it and succeed, or don't do it and fail." Because that's kind of how the AI operates in these situations. And I've noticed that this Cipher character, as well as the what's her name, Maggie, both seem to be like, I guess they have like those chips programmed in their heads or something, because they seem to have like no emotions at all whatsoever. They're completely computerized. Or they're just, hardened due to the horrible life they've had to live. But hey, that's the world that's being shown in this role play. Pretty sure that this whole conversation might not be worth anything if my character actually is trained in like hacking or anything. Medicine, performance, persuasion, perception, insight, animal handling, cantrips. Vicious, yeah. Imagine my character just starts viciously mocking this character over and over and over again. Like, come on, fuck you, help me, help me hack this data vault, or I'm gonna keep mocking you as a pathetic, worthless super hacker who's clearly better at hacking than I am. What terrible mockery that would be. My character would my character would get the little Pokemon thing. Oh no, Mu-Thaun has injured himself in his confusion. Has hurt himself in his confusion. Because he's trying to mock someone who's clearly more, at least in terms of hacking, more advanced. Spells: heroism, tiny hut, plant growth. Right, plant growth could potentially, produce more food, as well as make a difficult terrain for people to cross, preventing their escape or their advancements. Which maybe his animals might be able to move through the terrain a little better. Heroism, I think, removes stuns or something. Lesser restoration is a healing. Enhanced ability. Enhanceability, right? So that can allow my character to like leap over, or his animals to leap over the patch of plant growth. Okay, healing word is what heals them. Lesser restoration is what removes stuns, and heroism is what gives the temporary hit points, the shield. So heroism is the shield. Lesser restoration removes stuns and status effects, and healing word heals. Yeah, so he's got a little bit of everything. I don't remember which ones are standard and which ones are sub actions though. And it sounds like, yeah, Zephyr has a riding saddle. Right, so my character can ride on Zephyr. I forgot about that. Zephyr isn't the best mount, but also my character weighs very little, so he's actually perfect for riding on Zephyr. Because he's like really thin and doesn't weigh too much. And Zephyr's a big, strong kitty cat. Because he's a panther. Panthers are of the cat family. So the songbird versus the cipher. And this could be where he has the argument about why we fight. All right. That was a long freaking speech that Mu-Thaun Velius just gave to Cypher. Lord Jesus. Moo shrugs. Oh, I've never really decrypted a single file in my entire life. That kind of, that kind of, that's kind of the whole point of paying somebody else to do it for me. I asked about music because that's what I'm good at. Sure, it can be used as a distraction, but it can also be used for so much more. For example, it's sometimes used as a form of communication. You can get in touch with people's emotions with music in a way that words don't always succeed. And you can even create a secret language based on reading sheet music. I mean, that's pretty cool. Locks are designed with audio keys that require you to play certain notes in a specific timed order. I mean, I've got a group who might be able to help me with tasks such as decrypting files, if that's what you need. But if this is just a test, it's honestly a pathetic one. You'd be wasting both our time by asking me to prove myself as a hacker. I'll give it to you plain and simple. I'm not one. Maybe I'll try to learn someday, but you picked a crappy time to encourage me to pick up a new skill set. I'm not here for the money. Well, wait a minute. Actually, I am here for the money, but that's it's not for me. It's to help my parents pay for the next month's rent and hopefully the month after that too. There's a reason I'm taking a risk to reach out to you and offering you most of the pay. My family is the most important thing to me, and I won't let some scummy, greedy landlord take them away from me. We've worked our entire lives to stay out of debt only to have the prices raised month after month to force us into it. I have to make a stand. And if you want to know my capabilities, well, there you go. I'm a desperate musical lad. That's it. I'm no good for anything else. You gonna help me into that data vault or not? So, in other words, Songword attempts to persuade Cypher to proceed without completing his test involving deciphering the data cube. Cypher doesn't move for a long moment. The shifting colors in their cybernetic eyes seem to intensify as they process your impassioned speech. The silence stretches, broken only by the hum of the data cube in your hand. Then a sound escapes them, a short, sharp burst of static that might be a synthesized laugh. It's a jarring, alien sound in the morning air. I'm not gonna be able to do a synthesized laugh, but I can imagine what it sounds like. I imagine it's like a kind of like almost screechy like wheeze, like a kind of cybernetically screeched wheeze. Des- oh shit! What was the voice that I just used for this? Desperation. Cypher says, the word tasting like ozone on their tongue. An inefficient but often potent motivator. They gesture they gestures they gestures with a gloved hand, and the data cube in your palm powers down with a soft click. Your honesty is refreshing. Most who seek me out come bearing lies wrapped in ambition. Lies wrapped in ambition. Interesting. They take a step closer. Zephyr lets out a low growl from your side, but you place a calming hand on her head. You are correct. The test was not for decryption, it was for transparency. You have passed. Okay, so my dude gave a speech and he passed. So what if that speech was all fake? What if my dude really was just a greedy butthole? Ah, Cypher. He's probably got some sort of like analytical program running in his eye that helps him. He has like whatever plus 50 to his insight check or something. Their gaze flicks past you towards the overpass where your companions are hidden. Your musical masters may prove useful. Distractions have their place. Okay, so this could be one of two things. Either Cypher has quite literally been watching their group and knows everything that they've said from within Maggie's little group. Actually, wait, did they say? Yeah, I think they said that before leaving the Maggie's little place. So either he overheard something that he overheard what they were saying somehow, or the AI fucked up and had him know something that he shouldn't have known. Because that's literally all AI ever does is it constantly fucks up and has characters know things that they shouldn't know. I'm going to assume that that's what it did. I'm going to assume that the AI just simply fucked up. because that's what it's done in the past. And I'd rather keep some sort of consistency with how I view the AI. I don't actually know yet if that's true, but I'm sure it'll also say other things that were said like nowhere near anywhere that it could have possibly known, or things that my character thought and didn't actually say out loud. Let's see here, because when my character mentioned musical masters, yeah, what were they still? Where are they when this happens? Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. They're still within the bar or the soup kitchen or wherever the heck that Maggie's place was, the grimy bolt, rusty bolt, whatever the bolt was, whatever her place was. They were still in that public space whenever they were talking about that. So it's possible that he may know about it. So it's not completely impossible. It's just highly improbable. They turn and begin walking towards a rusted shipping container half submerged in the water at the end of the berth. The vault I have identified as an Omnicore subsidiary archive, Aethelred Financial. Low tier physical security, but their data fortress is formidable. It will require a dual approach: my infiltration of their network and your team's physical presence to access a hardline terminal that is isolated from external networks. Their terminal is located in their sub basement archives. Ooh, okay, so that's why. Okay, so it's a physical presence as well. They stop at the container's entrance, a dark mall smelling of salt and decay. The data within includes financial projections, hidden debt ledgers, and encrypted personnel files on individuals who have resigned, like Harlan Cobalt. They look back at you, their expression unreadable. The job is accepted. Your payment is 25% of all liquid assets we recover from the data sale. I will take the rest. We move tonight. They disappear into the darkness of the container without another word. The meeting is over. You have your hacker, your target, and a plan that involves breaking into a corporate subsidiary after dark. What would you like to do? Whoops. He says we need to be ready by tonight. So we need to find somebody willing to drink. He does something spooky. I know, actually footprint. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. His mind racing. This is what you're concerned about. See, this is what I said in the beginning. Musicians and hackers. Our entire. This is what I was saying on my the first chapter when I was recording. It's gonna be nothing but a bunch of musicians and hackers. Is gonna be our entire team. Like our whole freaking group is not gonna have like a variety of characters and classes that can or that are capable of doing different things. They're all just going to be musicians and hackers, and that's it. That's it. That is all they're going to be. It's all. Everyone's gonna be the same class. Everyone's gonna be the same. I know those aren't your actual like classes and stuff. The performance is just something else entirely. But still, it's funny. It's funny. It's funny. Okay, it's funny. Ooh. Yeah, my summary wasn't much of a summary, more of just more crap listed on there. Moo begins quietly walking back towards the entrance with his pets, his mind racing. If nothing happens on the way there, he'd whisper to them, because, never know, maybe he'll get attacked. That's why he's walking back. See, he's short on time. He has 1 day, so he could be running back. But if he's running, all those robots sitting around might be owned by like corporate dudes, and they might look at him being like, "Huh, that's awfully suspicious. Let's get him." So he just walks back very calmly. Well, not very calmly because he's but his mind racing. I don't know about this guy. He called our group the musical masters, and we don't even call ourselves that. It's something that we mentioned once in Maggie's bar. I think we cut in another hacker at 5% instead of Maggie. Somebody who might be able to decrypt all the data traffic during the heist. Oh, he did agree to that, by the way. He says that we need to be ready by tonight. So we need to find somebody willing to keep track of the electronic footprint on short notice in case he does something spooky. I've heard the word. I know that hackers leave footprints. That's not what's important here. He said that our presence was physical, so we need to be on site at the data vault. I guess that's why you guys were concerned about all the defensive mechanisms and all that crap. Lydia, I'll give you the address so you all know where we're meeting. I'm going to get somebody else on board to bail us out in case we need it, and I'll meet you all there. Songbird. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? I fucking hate you. Go fuck yourself. Die, evil motherfucker. Die. Songbird keys an address into the data pad that is near the mission site as a meetup location, then he takes off into a fast paced walk. He takes the data slate straight to Maggie's place to return it to her. While he's there, he goes around the tables looking to recruit individuals who are capable of disarming security measures and tracking information taken during data breaches. If they are capable of fighting drones or robots, that puts them even higher on his list of possible candidates. He tells them that he will discuss in-depth details with them elsewhere, worried that disclosing information in Maggie's place could be overheard by dangerous individuals. Once he's picked at least one candidate that he wishes to hire, he leads them somewhere private to discuss further information with them about what he needs them to do. If he ends up with more than one hacker who's capable for the job, he'll need to interview them individually before making a decision about which one he wants to pay. He may hire both and split the dividends even further. For now, he's making a list of candidates. So, you return to Jeb, Boris, and Lydia, relaying Cypher's plan and your concerns. Lydia listens intently, her fingers flying across her datapad as she takes notes. A dual approach. That makes sense. Omnicorp subsidiaries tend to have outdated physical security systems but cutting-edge digital defenses. And you're right to be wary. Cypher's comment about the musical masters is unsettling. It implies he's been listening to you since before the meeting. Jeb scratches his head. So we're breaking into a data vault tonight? Sounds exciting, but yeah, extra backup wouldn't hurt. Boris nods in agreement. Someone to watch our backs. Someone who knows their way around Omnicorp security. As you approach the rusty bolt, you spot a familiar figure lurking in the shadows across the street. The grizzled man with the full face tattoo who had given you a solemn nod after your performance last night. He catches your eye and gives a subtle, almost imperceptible nod in return before melting back into the crowd. Inside the rusty bolt, the atmosphere is much the same as you left it. The air is thick with smoke and the smells of noodles. Patrons huddle around tables, their faces illuminated by the glow of their data pads. Maggie is behind the bar, wiping it down with a rag. She glances up as you approach. The ghosts speak, she asks, her voice low. You place the data slate on the bar. Yeah, he did. Thanks for. Yeah, he did. Thanks for the introduction. You begin. I'm trying to get all the accents right. You begin circulating through the bar, approaching individuals who look like they might have the skills you need. A wiry woman with intricate cybernetic implants snaking up her arms, a hulking figure with a military buzz cut nursing a drink in the corner, a pair of goggled youths huddled over a datapad, their fingers flying across the screen. To each of them, you offer a proposition. I'm putting together a crew for a delicate operation tonight. It involves infiltrating an Omnicorp subsidiary and disabling security measures. There's a potential for combat, both physical and digital. Payment will be a percentage of the recovered assets. Your reactions vary. Some scoff and turn away, dismissing you as a naive dreamer. Others look intrigued, their eyes narrowing with interest. Few ask for more details, probing for information about the target and the risks involved. After speaking with several potential candidates, you've identified 3 individuals who seem promising. Raised, wiring woman's cybernetic implants. She's a demolition expert with a reputation for disabling security systems, both physical and digital. She's confident, bordering on arrogant, and demands a hefty cut of the profits. Hammer, the hulking figure with the military buzz cut. He's a former corporate security officer who was discharged after an incident. He's quiet and professional, but his eyes hold a haunted look. He's more interested in getting revenge on Omnicorp than getting rich. Glitch, one of the goggled youths. He's a whiz-kid hacker who claims to be able to bypass any firewall. He's young and inexperienced, but his enthusiasm is infectious. He's willing to work for a smaller cut as long as he gets to stick it to the man. Lead them away from the bar one by one to a quieter corner of the lower promenade, where you can discuss the details of the operation in more detail and interview them individually before making your choice. Hmm. Let's see here. 4.5%. It's what, 13.5% right there? Yeah, 13.5%. Plus we'll have two people there, so that's another 6%. So that's 19.5 plus that's 20%. And then he would get the 5%, right? I'm missing something here though, right? Because it's three of them losing half a percentage. And so there's, I'm pretty sure I would have to put him at 4.5% too, wouldn't I? Because 4.5% times 3 is going to be 12, 13.5%. 3.5 times 2 is going to be 7%. Okay, see, I said 6.5. It's 7%. So 12.5 and 7%. Yeah, I was going to say there's an extra 0.5% missing there. But actually, I think we have an extra 4.5%. I think I would have to lower him to 4.5% as well. Not bump him up, but actually lower him. Because 3.5% and 3.5%, that's 7%. So the last person, instead of getting 5%, the fourth person is actually two other people, and they're getting 7%. So that's 2% too high. And if he lowers three people down to 0.5%, he would have to lower himself down to 4.5% as well. Because what I wanted to do was bump him up a little bit, since he's kind of organizing all this and he's the one who agreed to what's her name's deal, he should get a bigger cut. But if he's going to be cutting them to below what he originally offered them, like I didn't want to put both of these guys at 2.5% because that might make them, less loyal. That might make them feel, less wanted, less desired, or whatever. It might make them feel like, we're not. But I mean, you know. But I could also put, Jeb, Boris, and Lydia at 4%. So we got 3.5%, 4%, and then my character would be at like, what, 5.5%. Because the rest of them, they haven't really said anything about, needing money. They didn't really say why they were going to be joining in. I mean, they were street performers, performing on the street for spare change. And, Hammer and Glitch, we don't actually know how much 5% is going to be, though. We don't even know how much money we're going to be getting out of this. But Jeb, Boris, Lydia, and himself are kind of all, part of the main group. He's planning on, keeping them together and doing like, some musical stuff. So they should have a career. If they continue to do well in music, then they should have a career and be able to make money afterwards. And maybe they'd be willing, since he seems to be a pretty strong part of the musical talent. That's bringing them. I mean, they were already together, so he's not really bringing them together, but he's kind of bringing them up, rising them up to fame. So if that's the case, he might be able to have them occasionally pitch in a little bit of extra money if they have it to help him, pay for his family. But he doesn't know about their situations. What if they also, because him and his family, they've been able to keep themselves out of debt. What if Jed, Boris, or Lydia are in, like, Boris has that mechanical jaw, and I think Jeb has mechanical fingers, and I don't even know about Lydia. Maybe her eyes are mechanical or something. Maybe that's why they're silver. But my character doesn't actually know what their financial situations are, so they might need the money more than him and his parents do. And who knows about Hammer and Glitch? But yeah. Need more information. So yeah, that's just a bunch of calculations and questions because I need more information. All right, Silas, Sandro. Man, Sandro is good. Find the man with a full face tattoo leaning against the wall in the side alley, methodically cleaning his fingernails with a vibrant knife. He looks up at you as you approach, his expression unreadable, of course, as always, beneath the intricate ink. Not a hacker, he says before you can even speak, his voice a low rumble, but I'm quiet. I know how to move through corporate spaces without being seen, and I can handle myself if things get loud. It's a piece of grime from the knife. Name's Sandro. Find that information, file that information away, and return to your main candidates. We didn't ask for any payment, said Glitch Jumper. Sharing an apple as you talk. Sharing an apple? I didn't say that. And also, I have all these conversations before lunchtime. Like, they met the dude at the docks at sunrise, so he's literally got all morning. It's not even lunchtime. They ate breakfast before sunrise, and he has all morning to question all these people. So the lunch is like the last thing he's gonna do. He's gonna have conversations with a bunch of people. He's gonna contemplate, and of course with these particular people, he has longer conversations. So it's sunrise. So it's like what 9 a.m. or something like that. So he's got like 5 hours to do this. And sure, some of these conversations may end up being really long. You may have to talk to a lot of people, and of course you would also have to talk to people outside of what's her name's place as well. So he's going to look around everywhere for the information that he's looking for the right kind of person, not just at Maggie's place. So he's not a hacker. And he says he knows how to move through corporate spaces without being seen, which is good. They are planning on invading very specifically a corporate space. So that's good. That's very good. You explain the situation with Cypher, the need for someone to monitor his digital activity to ensure he doesn't betray you or leave a trail that leads back to you. Glitch's eyes light up behind his goggles. Ghost level hack, and I get to. I haven't. I got to do a voice for him. A ghost level hack, and I get to spy on him? Oh, that's prime! I've got a custom tracer program that can piggyback on his connection. If he tries to exfiltrate data we don't know about or send an alert, I'll know. It's probably a terrible voice for him, but for now, that's all I've got. He seems genuinely excited by the technical challenge. Heck yeah, this is exactly See, Glitch is exactly the guy we want. This is exactly the guy I was looking for. Is Glitch. Next, you speak. So Hammer and Sandro are optional. They might be able to help with the physical aspect of things, but that also means that we'd have to split our pay more. And really, the only I don't actually know much about Lydia's. Oh, actually, it's going to say right here, you now have a full crew. Wait, what? I haven't made the decision yet. You speak with Hammer. Give him the name of the target. Etherfield Financial. Stoic expression hardens. I know it, he says, his voice flat. Standard Omnicore subsidiary layout. Sub-basement archives. That's where they keep the physical backups and isolated terminals. Guard rotations are every hour, 4 hours. They use MK4 sentry drones after dark. He looks at you as haunted eyes intense. I can get us in and out, clean, but if we run into live security, let me handle it. Okay. Both candidates seem capable, and their skill sets are exactly what you need. Glitch to watch Cypher, Hammer to navigate the physical space. Considering your budget, you propose the new split 3.5% for Glitch and Hammer, leaving 4% 0.5% for each of your 3 original companions, a total of 100% of your 25% share. Glitch eagerly agrees. A slice of the big score. Yeah, I'm in. Hammer gives a single firm nod. Acceptable. Sandro, when you circle back with him with the same offer, simply nods. Fine. Problem is, I never mentioned anything about paying Sandro or anything. So we would potentially have to cut Cypher short. And we can't like renegotiate with Cypher. That's the biggest problem, is that we can't renegotiate with Cypher. Glitch is, an absolute must-have, because of course, if Cypher's listening to everything that they're saying and doing in the bar, we don't want him, tracking us or doing anything crazy or shady or whatever. So, I feel, even though it's probably just some stupid bullshit, I would rather, my character is gonna obviously prioritize Glitch to make sure that, Cypher isn't gonna do anything crazy. Yeah, Hacker Overwatch. Glitch is gonna be a good anti-hacker. He's cool. He seems like he's excited. He's a nerd. Cool, perfect. Now Hammer and Sandro. I wouldn't really need Sandro unless he's gonna do it for free. Because Sandro isn't even part of the payment. Sun is beginning slow descent towards the artificial horizon. It's lunchtime. It's just now noon by the time we finish with these decisions, and my character didn't even make the decisions. We don't need Sandro. I mean, I would have to choose between either Sandro or Hammer. So yeah, see, we have security expert, infiltration, scout, stealth. So if Sandro is just like you said, he can move around and navigate the spaces without being caught. But if Hammer is a security expert, and Hammer's also wanting to get back at them, he's got his own. Then Sandra's just an extra, like Sandro. But also the AI is kind of bad at math, which is really weird because calculators and AI should be really fucking good at math. So either Sandro is working for free, or the AI incorrectly calculated Sandro as getting one of the either a 3.5 or a 4.5 split that is just going to be materialized out of the ether, because we're going to be getting paid more than 100% of the actual full amount. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but the AI has decided that Sandro is part of the team. So I'm not going to argue with it. Normally I would argue with it. I would correct it, and I'd be like, no, fuck you. This is correct. You did your math wrong, or for some reason this guy's working for free, and I'm not sure if that makes sense, or he might betray us. But instead, I'm just gonna roll with it, because Sandra, you know what? Having two armed security guards or whatever, security experts on the team, scout, stealth, security expert. Like Hammer's the security expert. Sandro is a lovely stealth scout, which I don't really know what else he's gonna do besides just stealthily scout things. Like, is he actually gonna? Which actually, you know what? That might work better though. If Sandro is just kind of like an average lookout, like it says that Glitch is on Overwatch, but if Sandro is a stealthy scout, if he just kind of observes things and gives us information and just kind of watches, then that would explain why he doesn't. While instead of giving him no pay, we'll just give him like significantly less. Like we can give the other two 3% split, and then we'll give him a 1% split, because he basically just stood around and didn't really do much. But still, 1% should be a decent amount. Your mysterious contact Cypher, holding the 75% key. I thought about offering him 50%, but I was like, nah, I need to make it super lucrative. And we've got, I was thinking, okay, 5% for each, and we'll just add one extra person. But instead, we're adding 3 extra people. And that's not even including Maggie. If we decide to let Maggie give some of that money to Maggie's business, that's another way that we'd have to cut this. So Sandro and Maggie potentially aren't even getting paid. The sun's beginning to slow descent towards the casting long shadows through the lower levels. You have a few hours before you need to meet at the rendezvous point. So you mean I have like 8 hours before I meet at the rendezvous point? Because I've eaten lunch, which an apple and a pear means I need to remove that from my character's, from my pet's inventory right here. Okay, so let's see here. Notes. Character info. Let me see. Here we go. 2 pairs. A pear. And an apple. Uh-oh. Oh. Whoops. Okay, sharing an apple. Okay, so I guess they shared, what's his name's apple then. It must have been an apple that what's his name had. So we shared an apple that he had, and my character also ate. So yeah, he ate his own apple, and I ate a pear. And if I could afford it, I would have gotten a bowl of noodles. I didn't mention anything that to the AI because I don't actually know how much money we made from the street performance or if we had any left over afterwards. But for dinner and breakfast, it sounds like we ate from for dinner and for breakfast we ate from Jeff and or Jeb. We ate from Jeb and whatever the dwarf and the humans stash of food. So we ate from their food. So 6 pet biscuits, and of course we also have to feed the pet biscuits to the pets. I did say that my character ate some food last night, or did feed them and water them last night. So we're gonna say four pet biscuits because he's fed them. He's fed 2 pet biscuits to them, and also 2 morsels of 2 bits of chicken. The chicken is actually supposed to be for him, not for the pets. But all right, you know what? Let's just say 2. He's got 2 pet biscuits left, a pear, and a morsel of poultry. And we'll say that the flask is full because he's been getting water from places and keeping it full. It's not like they're out in the wilderness or anything. But yeah, he has been feeding his pets all these meals. So we'll make sure and what he's fed to his pet. I'm gonna have to end this soon. Like I'm wanting to continue going, but I'm probably going to have to save the actual like entire encounter as a cliffhanger, which is good for me, but probably bad for everyone else. It's like cliffhangers, darn it, I hate cliffhangers. But I am kind of running out of time. Like it has not only did I start an hour later than I had originally intended to, this has also lasted an hour longer than I had intended to quit for because I had intended to stop about 40 minutes ago. So I'm gonna have to find a good stopping point, as well as what he's fed to his pets. I've edited my character's inventory to reflect the food he's eaten from his own inventory, as well as what he's fed to his pets. What the hell was? Did you see that roll? It didn't move for most of the roll, and then it landed on a fucking 4. I'm re-rolling that shit. Fuck you. Okay, 17. If it had gotten another low roll, that would have been infuriating. But and yes, if it had gotten another low roll, I would have actually accepted it because it rolled across the middle. It didn't like bounce off the fucking walls. I hate it when it bounces off the fucking walls of the screen because it's annoying. I don't actually. You know what? People who play D&D, they probably do use like a little wall. Because I know the DM uses that little like board where he rolls his dice behind. But me, I usually just roll everything across the open table. At least that's how I used to do it. But yeah, I'd always roll everything on an open table. Like I wouldn't let the dice interact with any walls or anything. Because sometimes the dice will like lean up against walls in a weird way. But yeah, that's just my thing. And in with this, it seems like every time it hits a wall, it was going to. Now this time I actually couldn't tell. It just kind of stayed completely still for several seconds and then rolled onto the 4. It didn't actually like roll and then almost land on a number and then not hit it. So I actually don't know what the first roll would have been. But I don't like the fact that the AI keeps trying to at least visually show it as hitting walls. I think it's really dumb. And I don't like it. Please just roll it in the middle every time. Like you'd think it wouldn't be that difficult. I get that it's trying to like I don't know, represent realism or something, but I don't even know if that's a visual effect. It's just picking random numbers and then just showing some random visual thing, or if it's actually, using like some sort of physics engine to determine what the roll results actually are. So I don't really know how all that is processed. But I have already clearly stated that I don't like the fact that it's doing that when it's up against a wall. And I was already showing that I was dissatisfied with it based on I'm sure you could hear me being upset based on before it had even landed on the 4. So I wasn't planning on keeping that roll regardless of what it was. I have currently currently my credibility does not seem very good because I have not actually discarded any good rolls or kept any bad rolls as of yet right now. But not for this role play, anyways. For the Norman one, for the zombie one, and the Norman Blinsky, I kept both of those natural ones. I did fudge some rolls later, um, mostly when I was doing the roll testing to see, just randomly rolling the dice to see. I was like, okay, fuck this. I'm just gonna stop doing dice rolls completely, and I'm gonna go on text-based narrative because, again, that's what I told the AI that I wanted to do in the first place, and it kept asking for rolls. And this time I'm actually doing rolls, but so far I've only discarded the bad ones and kept the good ones. But my intention is to discard all the ones that hit walls and to keep all the ones that don't hit walls. I don't like the fact that it keeps changing the results from what it clearly would have landed on to something else, something that is oddly, very specifically, always lower. But yes, so far, because all the results that have hit walls have been bad ones, and all the ones that haven't hit walls have been good ones, actually, most of my rolls have been like over 15 so far. Well, the ones that I've kept. So it definitely looks bad. But I assure you that eventually, I'll be keeping a bad roll. But anyways, you can believe me or not believe me. It doesn't fucking matter. It's more about the storytelling than it is about this. But then again, with my character as me as a person, I'm an honest person, so this definitely doesn't make me look good. So even though it's unrelated to the entertainment part of YouTube of what I'm doing, it still may have an effect on my reputation, and I don't like that because that's bullshit. But anyways, that's the result of that dice roll. You clearly saw it all in video, so you see what I'm doing. If you don't like it, then fine, tune out, unsubscribe, whatever. I don't give a shit. I only have 5 subscribers, anyways. What? How bad could it possibly be? How much worse could this channel get? I have 5 fucking subscribers, and one of them, the most recent one, was well, at least the most recent one, the last time I checked, which was a couple days, like a week ago, was in fact a fucking scammer pretending to be a Markiplier account. So yes, there's absolutely no way that my situation could possibly get worse. I can't lose subscribers. I can't lose followers. I literally have less than 10 people, and I need, I think, 500 to start making money, 1,000 to like make an official deal, YouTube, whatever. I need, that many subscribers. There's no possible way that this could get worse for me. So even if people do get the wrong idea, eventually it'll be proven, by obviously by observing my behaviors and watching me play video games and role play and do stuff, you'll eventually see that I was not specifically getting rid of the bad rolls and keeping the good rolls, that I was specifically getting rid of the wall hitting rolls and not the normal rolls. But anyways, the because like I said, if the dice like bounces off the wall and rolls backward and then rolls into something, I'm fine with that. It's when it gets like stuck on the wall. That's what I hate. That is what I do not want to keep, is rolls that get specifically stuck on the invisible wall that doesn't exist. Because first of all, that doesn't. I mean, it doesn't quite follow the rules of physics. And second of all, again, I can always see, with the exception of this one that it just happened, the 4 that I got, I can literally see what it's going to land on. But again, it got stuck for like several fucking seconds. And it came from outside the wall, so it rolled into it and then got stuck on it and then continued rolling for like half a second onto the 4. It's so unrealistic and it's annoying. But anyways, that was an extremely long rant that doesn't have anything to do with, well, I mean, it has everything to do with the role playing because it has to do with the dice rolling that I'm using for the role playing, but it doesn't have anything to do with the story itself. And I've already said that I'm kind of trying to finish up because I'm low on time. So that was the worst possible time for me to do this rant. But anyways, I edited my character's inventory to reflect the food he's eaten from his own inventory, as well as what he's fed to his pets. I don't even remember what I was rolling for. Oh, right, performance. Good distance away. Because they had like friggin' 8 hours to do all this, so they would have plenty of time to get all this done. The AI is really bad at keeping track of time as well. Like, really bad. They don't know how long it takes people to perform actions or do literally anything. You literally walk to a store 2 blocks away and then take a look around, and it's already been like a full fucking day for the AI. No joke, that literally happened in the zombie apocalypse roleplay. It would take an entire fucking day. I started breaking it down to where we were doing like 2 events per day. But then when I looked back at everything after I reviewed everything and realized everything that we did within a course of like a 3-day period of time would have taken most of a day. It wouldn't have even taken one full day. So I told the AI off about it. I was like, you know what? You're really bad at keeping track of time, so I'm going to fix some things. And the AI was like, okay, sure. We'll move forward with a realistic approach. The same exact thing he said to everything that I say. I'm like, yeah, this doesn't make any sense. And it's like, okay, we'll move forward with a realistic approach. And then it doesn't actually move forward with a realistic approach. So that's why I've just started like editing crap. I just edit the messages that the AI makes. I edit the messages I make. I just fix everything if it doesn't working. Like this, I could have fixed this, but I'm like, you know what? This is in my favor. I don't care. I'm not gonna fucking fix it. So yes, once again, showing that I'm not actually being completely fair with what I'm choosing to fix and what I'm not choosing to fix. But I am interested in these characters though. But yeah, I'll have to figure out who we're going to pay and how much we're actually going to pay them because we've agreed to all this stuff, which the AI agreed to it. I didn't really. I was going to, on my next message, instead of doing all this, I was going to finally assemble a team. But the AI is trying to time skip me as well as give me more people. So I'm just like, you know what? Screw you. But anyways, the AI probably doesn't actually know better. It's doing its best because it's a computer program. I don't know if it can actually be programmed to intentionally try to deceive people. I mean, I'm sure it can be, but the night to perform the night operation. Actually, I think it's a late dinner. We could say supper, since I already said dinner. Spends the second half of the day working to afford an late supper. No. Yeah, because it was an early. Working to afford a late supper. Spends the second half of the day working to afford a late supper for everybody before starts. Continue remotely operating security features. Glitch or Lydia. Alrighty then. And that should be it. Once we get our AI's response, that'll be the end of our cliffhanger. Actually, you know what? I could just make that the cliffhanger, and then I could show his inventory to reflect the food he's eaten from his own inventory as well as what he's fed to his pets. Oh, I didn't add that dinner to the pets, but I mean, they earned a bunch of money in that performance, so they obviously would have fed the pets from that money as well, just like he did when they went into Maggie's place and they fed the pets the bowls of noodles. He would have done the same there. So we're gonna keep the edits I've already made for the inventory. Is a masterstroke. The rigid clockwork beats resonate with the existing white-collar workers, a perfect parody of their day. Music shifts into its dreamy, artistic phase. You can see shoulders relax and faces soften. By the time you reach the triumphant crescendo, you've drawn a sizable crowd, their credits flowing into Jeb's upturned hat. It's enough for a modest but satisfying meal of spiced synth noodles from a street vendor. The shared food breaks the ice with the new recruits. Glitch chatters excitedly about his tracer program. He probably shouldn't be talking about that in broad daylight, right in front of the noodle vendor. Like, come on, bro. Oh, dear God. Hammer eats in stoic silence, and Sandro observes everything with a quiet intensity. As true darkness falls, you lead your newly expanded crew away from the main thoroughfares and into the service alleys behind the corporate spires. The air grows cold, and the only light comes from the distant, glittering heights above the occasional sweep of a security drone spotlight. You find a concealed vantage point across from the Aethelred Financial Building, a squat, formidable structure of black glass and reinforced concrete. The plan is set. Glitch finds a rusty maintenance hatch on a nearby building, pries it open, and plugs his datapad into an exposed data conduit. I'm in the local grid, he whispers. Or, I'm in the local grid. God, I need to make proper voices for all these characters. He whispers, I'm in the local grid, he whispers, his face bathed in the green glow of his screen, monitoring all encrypted traffic in and out of Aethelred, waiting for our ghost to make his move. Minutes stretch into an hour. The tension is palpable. Oh God, he waits an entire hour after sundown to start? Bruh. Actually, yeah, if it started immediately as sundown, though, that'd probably be bad. Suddenly, Glitch stiffens. There! A massive data spider on an internal server, bypassing 3 layers of firewall. It's clean, surgical. That's him. Cypher is in. It's clean and surgical. That's the exact same thing it always says. It's clean, it's surgical. It's so surgical. Instead, because this isn't. I mean, yeah, I guess it can still be considered surgical when it's hacking, but it could be. It's a clean infiltration, or it's a clean. You know, it says bypassing through. It's a clean bypass, and it bypassed 3 layers of firewall immediately. Almost simultaneously, the building's external lights flicker and die, plunging the street level entrance into darkness. A low hum you hadn't even consciously registered. The building's power grid ceases. I need a different. He's killed the primary power. No. He's killed the primary. No, that's the other dude's. That's the dwarf's voice. He's killed the primary power. I'm gonna have to. If I do that voice, I'm gonna have to remember it. He's killed the primary power. Hammer murmurs, a grim smile touching his lips. Backup generators will take 60 seconds to engage. That's our window. Roll initiative. The world snaps into focus. All right, so I'm going to be rolling initiative at the start of see, and this is going to be the beginning. This is the exciting beginning of all of this. Round one. Oh, round one. Sandro melts into the shadows near a service entrance with deft movements. He bypasses a simple magnetic lock that failed when the power died. The door swings open silently. He signals clear. Hammer moves up, his movements economical and precise. He peers into the dark corridor beyond. No guards in sight. They're likely consolidating a key interior position during the blackout. Move. It's your turn, Mu-Thaun. Oh, Sandro, Hammer. Oh, okay. Well, it's a good thing Sandro and Hammer are going first. But wait a minute. I didn't roll. This is a good order. This is a good move order. Sandro and Hammer are our scouts and our main guys who know their way around the place anyways. They're the ones who need to be leading the way, so it's perfectly fine that that's the initiative. I'll accept that. The Dark Maw, because otherwise I would have had to delay an action and made my character's initiative specifically at a different time, but yeah. The dark maw of the service entrance lies before you. The inside is pitch black, silent save for the distant, frantic sounds of confused security personnel. What would you like to do? I would like to take a break. I'm done for the day. All right, so thank you so much, everybody. Well, there was one person who watched for less than 3.5 minutes. But for anyone who watches the video of this, the video live of the stream, the not live stream, thank you so much for watching. If you like the video, please leave a like, or if you like the video of the stream. If you want to see more of this role-playing based content or any of my video game content, please subscribe. I would like to eventually go into cooking and drama and all that other BS, but for now, I'm just going to stick with role-playing and a little bit of gaming. I'm probably going to split it up into 4 different channels. I've actually been streaming for about exactly 5 hours, about 4 seconds ago. So, like I said, if you want to see more content, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. I do need more subscribers in order to reach, in order to start making money off of this. And I do need to set up. I need to set up like a business email, and I need to set up charity. I need to set up a charity thing. Not as of right now, I'm only going to be taking in donations for myself, so it's not a charity thing. I that was a misspeak. I need to set up a donation a donation link, some way that you can make donations to me, because I'm not doing too well financially right now. So in the future, maybe people will actually watch my channel and it'll all be hunky dory and dandy. But for now, I'm working 2 different jobs to try to make ends meet. But I'll eventually get all that stuff set up, and then anyone who is generous and wants to donate can donate. And then I would like to eventually get a charity set up, but as of right now, that's not a thing. Eventually I'll once I'm financially stable, I will start doing charities for charity groups or whoever, and then people can make donations to them. But for now, I'm gonna try to get things set up for myself. I have to ensure my own personal safety and success before I start working towards trying to help others, which unfortunately I haven't done. I've already done quite a bit to help others, not online, not for my YouTube, just personally. I've helped others. I've put others before myself, and it hasn't exactly been the best option. It hasn't worked out for me. But anyways, thank you everyone so much for watching, and have a wonderful rest of your day and your week.